Ça va se faire. Faut chez le travail, on va pas se faire. Donc, on va se faire. Pas maintenant. Aí está você viu? É isso que eu já os vídeos. E como vai ter isso? Já veio outra, tem que mexer. Veio o que pode ter. Mexer então. No. Okay. So you have to take one card from there. Okay. So you have around 5 minutes, 2 minutes to prepare and 3 minutes to answer all the questions. Okay. So take one and choose one. These are speaking cards.
How long it is going to be?
Just choose one.
No, ask me how long it is.
5 minutes.
So, 5 minutes in there.
Yeah, so prepare 2 minutes. You prepare for 2 minutes. Then in 3 minutes you have to answer all the questions.
Parts,
Numbers. Okay, good. You can see over here.
In each card, you have 1 minute, okay?
Alright.
So,
Sitting is this.
you have to be visible.
Yes. Okay, the time is up. You may start. Give me choose one question from the first part, okay? And the third part also you need to choose only one question to answer. Yes, only one to answer.
So part one, I chose the question, what qualities are more than a friend? But looking for a friend, I'm looking for such qualities as being trustworthy. I need to be sure that my friend is reliable, so I can always be sure that he can offer me some help if I need one. So reliability is something I'm looking for a friend, looking in a friend. Plus, I said trustworthy, and I think that honesty is one of the most important qualities. Being sure that your friend is being honest with you, and I think that lies in a friendship could cause breakdowns sometimes. So these are the three things that I think are important in a friend. Part two. So I chose a friend, and her name is Layla. We've been friends for about 7 or 8 years, I think. We've met pretty, I would say it was a couple of times before, we met a couple of times before, and then we became friends. It was all from our childhood times, and it was much of a friendship that was bounded by being able to trust each other, while our friendship was built on trust. And I think something that inspires me in her is how open-minded she is. She's very friendly, and she's always able to see through me. I think something that is important in her is that she understands me in ways that others do not understand. And I think that bond was created between us a long time ago, and there is something special about us and our friendship. Part three, Why is friendship important for teenagers? I think friendship is important for teenagers because we as living organisms, I think teenagers are 1 step away from adulthood. And it is very important to be able to communicate with others, to socialize generally, because, as living creatures, we need socializing in order to feel that we are not all alone. And communication is very important for us, especially teenagers that might feel sometimes that they're excluded from each other. And I think that friendship is one of the ways you can get socialized, especially with the people of your age. This is very important when it comes to teenagers. That's it.
So, choose one card. And so what's the number of the card?
Speaking cards,
So you have 2 minutes to complete it, and then you have over 3 minutes to answer for all of these 3 cards, okay?
3 minutes only?
Yeah, to answer.
For each part or
No, for each part you have 1 minute to answer. Yes, within 2 minutes you need to prepare, and then you need to answer on the first part 1 question to answer, okay? To speak about.
Only one question on.
Yes, from part 1, in part 3 also 1 question, and part 2 you need to describe just the topic. So. Because of the time, so you start.
Part 1, question 2. How much time do teenagers spend online daily? Most of teenagers really spend time online a lot. I think it averages between 6 or 7 or 8 to 9 hours due to some research I also saw online. And I think the reason for that is teenagers don't feel as comfortable and confident as teenagers did in the 90s or 80s when such online
apps didn't exist, and I think that the main reason for that is most teenagers feel the need to be in trend, and if they are not on the same flow as their peers, they feel that like they are missing out, and they fill out their need by browsing online, using social media, communicating with others, and that leads to them not going outside much. And I think it is a great mistake, but there is no solution to fix that in my opinion. If teenagers like spending their time online, they will. Describe one useful study app or website. One great app I discovered recently is Han Academy. It was made by Gopher Han, and its purpose is to help students to be ready for the SAT exam. And I think it's a great app because it not only have like 6 or 7 mock tests, it also directly shows you your mistakes, and you can choose what you are struggling with. It could be English or math, physics, anything. Not only it shows you your mistakes, it explains further how can you fix it, and it explains it in detail. And I really love that app. It helped me to prepare to SAT. The first time I took it, it was like in 9th grade, and honestly, it was horrible. I took like 100. My score was 100. 1,100, of course. And honestly, I felt really horrible about myself because I used to think I was a smart kid. Everyone always told me that I was a smart kid, and it was a great disappointment. But when my older brother, who already took the test, he got about 1,400 on the test on his first try. He told me about the site, and I think it was the best thing I have ever discovered. It's great. And since I started using that app, I improved my English part from 400 to 600, and my math from 500 to 700. It's amazing.
And the third part?
Why do teenagers like digital learning? I think that it's because of the time we live in, and social media is a great part of our society, and you cannot live without social media now. So of course they prefer studying digital apps or websites, and I think it's really reasonable because a lot of teachers, I think that it is a very underestimated and unspoken of topic because a lot of teachers nowadays, they don't teach like how are they supposed to. They teach whenever they are rude and they don't have enough patience to explain you something in detail like an AI would. And in my opinion, it is horrible because not every single AI helps you as much as teachers do. And teachers, I think that the physical experience itself, that you're talking to another human being and the other human being experience it itself, I think it is a really important part of learning. And when you do it via AI, digital apps, websites, you don't learn as good and you don't remember as good as you do with a real person. But the advantages of digital learning is that if you struggle with communication, you feel shy, awkward around others, you can easily avoid it by using digital learning.
Okay. Thank you. Thank you.
Have a nice day.
Thank you too.
Thank you.
Take this. Which is the number of the card?
Number of my card is
Card number?
above.
Oh, part 5 is.
Okay. So you have 2 minutes to prepare, and then overall 3 minutes to answer for each part, okay? 1 minute, part 1, the second part is 1 minute, and the third one also the same.
Okay.
So, and also you need to choose one question to answer from part 1 and part 2. Okay? Is it clear?
Okay.
So,
So wait, I have to pick a question
yeah.
and answer for 1 minute.
Yes.
Part 1 and part 3.
Yes. Part 1, 1 minute,
Yeah,
part 2,
exactly.
1 minute. The same is okay. Okay, time. Okay, start.
Okay.
So you can answer.
Yes.
Okay, so part 1, I picked the question, how teachers motivate students in my region. I live in Kazakhstan, and teachers in Kazakhstan, they do motivate us to get places in different compositions, and we're always pushed by our teachers to the best, and they wish us the best. But sometimes I just wish our teachers would use more commonly used in the world methods, because right now our teachers just try to push us with words and or with some actions, but really they don't even talk to us. You can't be and feel motivated if a teacher doesn't give you the attention that you need. For example, when you're just walking into a competition and you really need support, and the teacher is ignoring you, or she's telling you you'll be fine, but at the same time she's putting on pressure that if you don't win the first place, oh, the school will hate you. This is what I think we should change in our region, and we should really learn how to support our students for the well-being of the whole country. So part 2, I have the topic of describing a lesson or school event that was interesting. I want to describe a school event. A school event last year, I was studying in a different school. It was a private school, and we had a few lessons of psychology and sexology. This is, I think, this kind of education is the main education that you actually need in school in life. And when you learn psychology, you understand people more. And on these lessons, we learned how
how to protect ourselves from different diseases that we can catch, or we learned how to understand people's emotions and validate them without getting other people hurt. So I think that sexology and psychology is needed as a different subject in Kazakhstan too. Like in different countries, it's already accepted, and many schools are already including it in their academic program. However, in Kazakhstan, it will take a little bit of time to include it. Part 3, how can schools encourage students to speak English more? I think that English is the language of the future. Like everyone uses it right now. It's international, and I believe that Kazakh students should learn English as a given. In every school we do learn English, but just not at the level that is needed. Because I think that our people should learn English more to get out in the world and study in top universities so that they can come back to Kazakhstan and make it prosper. With this, I want to end. It's
Okay.
Should I put it back?
No, no, no. Okay, you need to put it. Choose one card. What is number of card? Card number 8. Okay, so now please.
So you have 2 minutes to prepare the questions, and from part 1 you choose one question, and from part 3 you choose one question to answer. Okay? 1 minute to each part you have.
One to teenagers use social media for most fun, study, and goals. Let's say, I think maybe teenagers use social media for study, because nowadays in social media we have a lot of information, a lot of studies, courses, that teenagers, not only teenagers but also adults can learn from this and use this. Describe one food. Actually, social media is really useful. For example, social media, nowadays social media improves and gives people a lot of informations and that informations that we learn now, we're learning. So, is online English relatable for learning? Why or why not? Actually, yes. Online English is relatable for learning. We have a lot of teachers that learn English on YouTube, on Instagram, or TikTok, so it's really good. Part three. I answered the part three.
Part two also. Part
2
two.
minutes.
Okay, okay. Take part six.
So take one more here. Number?
10.
10, okay. So you have to answer in 3 minutes. For preparation, you have 2 minutes. Okay? So you can prepare, okay, this is 3 minutes. To answer. But for preparation, you have 2 minutes. So you choose one question from part 1 to answer. Okay, and also in from part 3, also you choose one question to answer.
Only one question. Can I answer?
Yes.
No, you may say.
Yes.
Take it up.
What goals are common among teenagers your age? Well, nowadays, among young people, teenagers often dream about getting good quality education
For example, like getting into good universities like Harvard, Ivy League, and I think it's very important. And also, many teenagers dream about improving their careers and just to stay on that career path and to get to earn more money, to get financially stable. I think it's very important, and I think many teenagers, almost all the teenagers, dream about this goal. And I think it's very important that I said because it gives you financial stability and other than like marrying or getting a wife or husband, I think it's a very important goal. So I support this goal. I also dream about it, and I agree with many teenagers that it's very crucial in your life. Part two, describe an important goal or plan for your near future. An important goal in my future is studying abroad, as I said. I think it matters because good quality education just opens many doors in your lives. It opens many opportunities like good jobs or just traveling around the world. So I think that's why it matters. Also, there are some difficulties that may appear. For example, when studying abroad, you need to get a visa, and I might have some difficulties with it in the future, but I hope I can just solve these difficulties with the help of my family and friends. I plan to achieve it by solving many problems that I face in the future and just prepare for exams, studying, maintaining my GPA. So that's how I plan to achieve it. And in conclusion, I say that it's a goal in my future and I plan to achieve it. Of course, there will be many difficulties, but I can do it with my own strength. Part three, why is goal setting important for teenagers? I think goal setting is important for everyone, not only teenagers. Having a goal in your life is very important. It gives a person motivation to wake up every morning, to just try and do different things. And just it's very important because when you don't have a goal, you are stuck in your life and you just don't know how to move forward. So if you have a goal, it helps you to move forward, and it just makes your life happier, and by that you get more productive. So goal setting is very important for teachers.
Thank you. So take one card from there. Tell us the number. Which card number? One card number. Tell us. We'll give it to you. 9? Okay. So 2 minutes for you to prepare, then 3 minutes to answer. Okay. So from first part you choose one question, and from part 3 also you choose one question to answer.
Like one question from each?
Yeah. So part 2 you should you will describe everything. Right? So
This like 2 minutes.
okay, 2 minutes.
Oh, you may see the answer.
Do you watch anything in English? Yes, I do. I actually watch a lot of stuff in English only because I feel like it's helpful for me to learn new things. When like native speakers speaking like casually, it is really interesting to listen to them, and it is like gives you like examples of what natural setting for them is like, and it's just really immaculate, like to understand all this stuff, and like enjoy it, then like the jokes and like, the humor and other stuff like that. And when you constantly watch everything in English, it becomes really easier when it comes to like casual conversations like we're having right now. And yeah, I think so. The English series you enjoyed. I recently watched a really legendary series called Game of Thrones. If you heard of that. So it's basically a fantasy series. It is like totally amazing. I adored that. Because since I was a kid, I really enjoyed everything that was connected with like fantasy worlds, something like that. That's the main reason why I liked it. The characters are well written because it's like based on a book by George Martin, and it just what the reason why it helped me so much in learning because it was interesting for me. And whenever I saw new words, I always was curious. What is that? And that's why I think a lot of like people should only like watch things they're interested in because they won't be like lazy to translate words because they're genuinely interested. And in conclusion, I would say that it's really a helpful tool. It's really powerful, and like yeah, when you have like natural interest in that, it becomes a lot easier for you. And yeah, that's what I think. Why movie is effective for listening? As I mentioned before, is it because of how casual the setting is there, and native speakers speaking is really, it can be rather clear or like difficult to understand some accent, which gives you like varieties and like various type of accents, speeches, and this gives you like advantage when it comes to conversation with different people, and it just yeah really helpful I would say.
So we're gonna take one card over there. So tell us the number. Number six. Okay. So you have to answer in 3 minutes. Okay. So from part one, you choose one question to answer. It's 1 minute. Then second 1 minute, and third part also you choose one question to answer. It's 1 minute. Okay. Overall 3 minutes. Each 1 minute. Yeah. So you can sit prepared for some time.
You have 2 minutes to prepare, okay? We'll give you time.
Yeah, the first one.
So for the first part, I picked the first question. From my perspective, whether teenagers read enough today depends on how you look at it. Because before, many people used to read every day, but now, with how much gadgets became popular, teenagers usually prefer this. And on one hand, we shouldn't judge them because because today it's necessary to use technology in many fields. But on the other hand, reading books helps us to improve our thinking and helps us with critical mind. But overall, I don't think that they read enough today because among my peers, I haven't really met anyone who reads a lot or even once a week. So I guess it's not as popular today as it was before, and they don't read enough to read. How much time?
You have time.
Yeah, you're with you.
So I personally don't think I read enough as well, but recently I tried to read in English, for example, Little Women and Little Prince, and that's how I'm going to talk about the word soon. I want to talk about a book, Little Prince. It's about a pilot and a little boy, and the correlation between adult world and child world, because in the book we can see how Little Prince has an innocent mind about how he cares about kindness and how adults often care about numbers primarily. Well, I don't think it's good to say that all adults don't care about kindness. I think that it shows us an pressing issue in modern world that many adults forget to care about their inner child and to express empathy and kindness to others. And I personally picked it because I was keen because I enjoyed it in my childhood, and I decided why not to read it today once again. And personally, as I read it, I noticed that under the surface there was a more deep meaning that as a child I hadn't seen. So I guess it was meant for more mature people to realize it. That we should express empathy and that it's not just about a little boy exploring planets. I don't really think that it improves vocabulary because it's a children's book, obviously. But I guess for the beginner level, it will be a great practice because it has many words that you don't usually use. Like, for example, how he cares about his roles. I don't think people speak about topics like that often. So I think that the limit of trying to learn English through books is that you don't get to speak English and you don't hear it, so maybe you will lack some skills on pronunciation, but there are many major benefits of it, like you get to sing in English, and of course it improves your vocabulary and you are more eloquently expressing yourself. And to sum up, this book was very important to me, and I believe reading is mandatory for everyone. Therefore, I definitely recommend reading often, especially for teenagers.
Okay.
So, why does reading help in learning English? From where I stand, as I said before, reading is vital for us because it helps us to make our thinking more like in an English way. I don't really know how to explain it, but when you read in English, you might understand more how people think it question. Because, for example, when you just speak in English, you don't get to look in an English native person's mind, but when you're reading, you get to read about their thoughts, maybe that makes you think on a more under the surface, not superficial way, and I guess it helps you a lot in learning English, and on one hand, reading requires a lot of time, and so we think that other methods are better, but on another, reading is essential.
Okay.
Um,
Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you.
So we take one card over there. So number? Three, okay, good. So you will answer, you have for each part 1 minute. So from part one, part three, you will choose one question to answer. Okay. So here you have 2 minutes. So overall 5 minutes.
So, from point one, what digital devices do you use for study? Usually, I use my laptop to study because since its screen is, since its display is really wide, it allows me to focus on the information. It's very comfortable with its screen, and furthermore, there are some files that just don't open in cell phones and other devices. That's why I find laptops really comfortable and beneficial when using. And one useful study app or website, I chose my YPT. that's an app that's really scarce app. No one really knows about it, but it's really comfortable because so this app is tracks the time while you're studying. I open and I just put in a button like studying, like, and then it starts the timer. And it just tracks my time while I'm studying. I'm doing my stuff, I'm reading, I'm studying, I'm just all the studying stuff. And it just tracks the time, and also one good thing about it is that it doesn't allow me to enter to any other apps on my cell phone, so I don't get distracted at all. And I usually put myself in these challenges, like, okay, I will study for 4 hours today, and it helps me to track this time. It helps me to avoid distractions. That's why this app is really beneficial for other learners also. And I think teenagers nowadays prefer digital studying more because it's really available. You can find any files that you want in free, for free. I can find any SAT books or IELTS books for free in Telegram channels or any other sites. So that's why I think teenagers prefer more digital learning than paper learning, because for paper learning you have to buy a book. That's why you need to have money for it, and it's just it's not that comfortable because, for example, when I'm typing something, I type more much faster in a keypad rather than in a pen, and that's why I also choose digital type of learning, and that's just so. Let's recap. Like teenagers, they often are comfortable with devices. They know how it works. They know how to quickly open certain things, and that's why I think teens prefer digital learning, and I also do prefer it.
Okay, thank you. Thank you.
So take one card over there. So tell us the number, card number
6.
6. Okay. So you can sit over there, and you have 2 minutes to prepare, and you have to each part 1 minute. So from part one, you are going to be able to answer one question, you answer one question, and from part 3 also you answer one question.
So I answered only one question.
From each of them, from part 1 and 3.
Oh, sorry. Okay, time is up. Next time.
I read stories in English a lot. It's seemingly easier than in Russian for me. And when I choose a book to read, I cycle between one Russian book and then an English book. So then it's a little more systematic. Something I've read recently is a book called Anna from Gables. I really liked it. It's about this redhead orphan girl who gets adopted on accident by a brother and sister, and it just describes her life growing up there. And I thought it was really very whimsical, very childlike book, and there's a lot of imagination. We see how Anne's brain functions, how she sees the world. And I thought that was really interesting. I think this book does improve vocabulary because it is a classic. It was written a long time ago, I'd say. And so there are many different words, many complicated words. I think the one moment of studying English through reading is that your pronunciation of words is kind of off. Sometimes you would read a word how you would read it in your native tongue instead of how it's actually pronounced. There are many also borrowed words, like from French, from German, from whatever language. And so it might be different from how it would be technically pronounced. I think that reading English books is really good, especially classics, because they're not only interesting, not only because you can see like the world through this lens of someone else's world entirely, because we're living in this world of modern technology. And so I think that it's not only a great tool to learn new words, to study English, but also you get to experience a new point of view. And I think that many reading problems that are common for students are that you don't have enough time to read. Because you have school and then you have your extracurriculars, and you want to just sit down and read a book for hours and hours. But then also your phone is distracting you, your siblings, your family is distracting you. Everything's kind of hard to manage at once. But I think that's a great skill that everyone should learn to use. And it's a
Number 7.
Okay, take a seat.
So you have 2 minutes to prepare the questions. So you can answer one question from first part, and you can answer by choosing one question from part 3. Okay. So each part you should answer in 1 minute.
And what about part 2? Should I answer everything?
Everything.
should I say that? Okay, my card is number 7, and in part 1, I chose like question 3, how do teenagers usually make friends today? Well, there are many different types of making friends, but I want to describe my experience. I'm quite socially awkward person, and I have a narrow space of friends that I trust. But I usually make friends on events, and my friends are my classmates. And I don't trust many people, so I have like about 3 or 4 friends which I trust most, and I made them in my early childhood when I was in kindergarten. In the part 2, the name of my friend is Dinara, and I met her when I was in the 7th grade, so it's been 4 years since we are friends now, and she's inspiring me because she's so hardworking. I'm quite the lazy type of people who are dumping everything until time's up, and I have some ADHD symptoms, so she's quite hardworking, and her discipline is really inspires me to move forward. Since I'm friends with her since 7th grade, we always helped each other in studying. We stayed up late in libraries sometimes, and it really helped me grow in academic skills. About one challenge in my relationship, I think it's when she left school. And I'm quite introverted kind of people, so it was really hard for me. This, and my personal view is that I think people come to our life not just as passing by, but they come with some insight to the person. And to the part 3, I wanted to answer the first question: is why is friendship important for teenagers? I think the period of being teenager is being mature. And when you find a friend that you want to be friends with, it's the age when you're more mature and you can communicate with them pretty well. And as my mom and my parents say, they made most of their friends when they were in the age like me, like 16, 17, or 18. This is the age when people make strong bonds together, and it helps when your life moves on. And for example, my mom still makes her friends when she made them when she was teenager. Should I repeat this one?
Take a card, choose one.
So this shall speak for.
This speaking cards.
Yeah. What is the number of your card?
4.
So you have 2 minutes to prepare, okay? From part 1 and part 3, you need to choose one question and answer for it. And overall on each part, you have for 1 minute. Part 1, part 2, part 3, for 1 minute to answer.
So I choose only one question. Part 1.
Yes.
Part 2 I answer.
Yes. Okay, you can start.
You may say.
So I enjoy traveling with my family. However, sometimes I believe it may be difficult for people to travel with their family and me as well. I definitely like spending time with them, going to new places, traveling because well, learning about other countries and other I don't know people, it is really interesting. But sometimes being with your family all the time may be difficult because you may, I don't know, get into disputes, you may not understand each other sometimes, and being in their space all the time is sometimes very stressing. About a trip that I remember well, I remember well going to Korea with my mother and my aunt. We were there for medical reasons, but mostly we were like going around, like, seeing things. And the most interesting part of that was probably, I would say, the culture and the people. I liked everything I saw there. It was, we were in Seoul and it's such a beautiful city. The problems that I might have faced, I would say, not knowing the language, and also the fact that we could not understand a lot of things sometimes, so we had to use translators. So yes, I believe that I would like to visit Korea again because it was such a wonderful experience. So. Should I repeat the question or
Just, yeah.
okay? So whenever you're abroad, traveling can help practicing English because if you are somewhere where people do not know your own language, you have to step out of your comfort zone. You have to speak to them in English. You have to I don't know, practice a lot, and even if they don't understand you, the more you practice, the better your speaking gets. So I believe that traveling can really help you, and you have to strive to improve your language and not just stick out to your own like mother tongue. Should we repeat?
Yeah. Choose one part, please. What is the number of your part? 8. 8. So you have 2 minutes to prepare for all of 3 parts. For each part, part 1, part 2, and part 3, you have for 1 minute to answer. Okay. For part 1 and part 3, you need to choose only one question to answer. Part 2, all. Yes. So 2 minutes to prepare. sit in. Oh, you just answer. Should I repeat the question? Just say number, like 1, 2,
The second question. So overall, I think teenagers use social media for development and studying. First and foremost, teenagers should not waste their time just for fun. Studying. Two, on their leisure time, they should spend it with beneficial effect. They should balance it and be on the same levels when they have fun. At the same time, they should think about the study and develop their English levels, and because it is very important and crucial for their future lives. For example, even the extracurriculars that they can do on their leisure times, they can go to volunteering or prepare for some committees like this. So the part 2. Overall, social media is one of the most ubiquitous things in our daily lives, mainly in teenagers' lives. The one positive effect is that they can use it with useful, sides, for example, study English or practice their knowledge, prepare for IELTS exams. For example, nowadays we have a wide range of various apps. For example, IELTS, Band 9, where they can study and gain more knowledge. I think positive effect happens when a person, mainly the kid, have their own perspective to learn. Maybe it all starts from his own thoughts. The negative effect usually happens when we do not know the rules, how to behave themselves in online, social medias. I suggest for schools or for parents to conduct some gatherings where they explain how to behave themselves online. For example, do not share their private information, do not show anything, for instance, like where they live or where they study, so on. So in conclusion, I want to say that overall, it's very significant to know how to behave yourselves online, because nowadays we have a number of people that can make harm. And be very unsafe for them. This is the second question, part 3. I recall that online English is one of the most beneficial things and can be reliable in some extent. For example, the way that the things that I mentioned, the apps, they can be reliable because actually they're done by some real IELTS examiners, and they're practiced not only by one person, they're practiced by a number of people that have positive input for them from it. Why not? Honestly, I don't think that it actually has a harm effect, because it always starts from the people, from the person, what he wants to gain from it, and I think it always works.
Okay. start. Okay.
No. What's the number?
10.
10. Okay. So, sit over there, take your card.
You have 2 minutes to prepare, okay? In each part, you have 1 minute to answer. Part 1 and part 3, you need to choose only one question to answer. And part 2, you need to answer for all of these parts. Sorry.
So my first question is, am I planning on, do you plan your future offline or take it step by step? I take my future and I used to take it step by step, but I understand that if I take it step by step, I might end up on a whole different road. And I started to plan my future. I'm doing some things that might give me some help in the future, and I might stay consistent on these things, so it will frequently help me when I get older. And so I will build a big career goal and start doing something that might end up being my whole career instead of taking it step by step. Well, you can always take a wrong step and end up in a whole different sphere where you didn't want to be because you had bad consequences and didn't follow your plan. So I would much prefer to take planning my future because it will always it will take you to a better place. Can I stop this second? I said an important goal in my future is that I should be a better basketball player as I'm pursuing my career. It matters to me because this is a job that cannot be replaced by someone else, and I can always pursue it. It's not, I don't need some better equipment or nothing to pursue a dream that might be in the future. But the main difficulty that may appear is that there are so many talented people in Kazakhstan they can be my conquerors, and they progress every day like me, so it will be hard for me to get over them. But I'm planning on achieving my goal by just working hard and not skipping a day in my trainings. So in the future, I might appear on some TV channel playing basketball. And to be honest, this goal has been with me since I was 10, and I still pursue it. And I pray that I can do it. And goal setting is important for teenagers because most of teenagers don't even know where they're going to go. Like, they're doing professional orientation courses taking them in 11 classes, while you should prepare your futures like from 9th or maybe earlier, because you should always know where will you go, what will you do for your life, and where will you end up. So goal setting is important because in our generation, some older people don't even just hop job from job to job and seek something that will make you happier in life instead of set a goal and pursue it all their entire life for them to always stay consistent on their own dream. Goal setting is the most important thing in this world because you always know what are you going to do and what will you do if this will not work out. So you always have a backup plan, and this backup plan might work if you take the wrong step. And goal setting is one of the main things that I follow every day because if I set a wrong goal and do the right things, I might end up doing the whole different thing. But goal setting is the most important thing. You can do wrong steps and turn back up and still appear in somewhere you want to be instead of going somewhere you don't want to be, but taking the right steps. That's what I do.
Thank you.
So, like,
Excuse me, I am extremely sick, so I have a speech.
Okay.
Will I start?
Put your back there, on your back.
On the desk.
Uh-huh.
So take one card from here.
Thank you.
So tell us the number.
The speaking card.
Okay. So you have 1 minute to each part to answer.
So I will speak for 1 minute for each one.
Yeah.
Okay,
So from part 1 and 3, you choose one question to answer.
just one.
Just one.
So there are multiple criteria.
You answer all of them, just here you choose one question.
But I don't think, like, in part two, I need to speak for 1 minute.
1 minute again.
Okay. Will I stand here?
So, no, you can sit and you have 2 minutes to prepare.
According to Sam, you use the area for all the questions.
So, can you tell me your name?
I'm not there. No, I'm just scared you won't be able to hear me because of my voice.
No, it's okay.
Speak up.
do I watch anything in English? So first of all, I enjoy a wide range of things in English. But something I really like, I really enjoy are watching TV series. More specifically, animated series, where the audio is actually in English, even though the original language may be different. So if I were to give an example, for example, Chainsaw Man. It is an anime and it was originally made in Japan, but it is translated to English with a dub version, and I really enjoy watching that. So do I move on to part two? So is it okay if I continue talking about that? Okay. So as I said, I enjoy Chainsaw Man, and if I were to give a brief explanation, it is about a world of devils and humans have to manage their lives while dealing with devils. And in order to do that, there is a special job called devil hunters. So these are basically people who hunt these mystical creatures for a living, and the main character is also devil hunter. The reason why I liked it was because the main character, despite having very unnatural superpowers, is very relatable to me and also other teenage boys, as I believe. I think that English, in movies in English help English listening. The reason for that is the more info you listen to, the more your vocabulary range and your way of speaking can expand. Because the more examples you have to work on, the more you can actually expand your speaking and also listening. One limitation of learning English from movies only is that most of the time movies use basic grammar. So after a specific amount of time, if you have upper intermediate English, watching TV shows or movies may not be of great help to you because they use basic language and grammar that you already know, so you won't be able to improve as much as if you were to read books or articles. So in my opinion, I believe that watching movies or TV series such as Chainsaw Man can be entertaining and it can help your English up to a certain level, but it may not be able to make your English more advanced or academic. So on to part two. Dutch, choose one question or all of them? Only one. How can students learn vocabulary from movies more actively? Well, while that is an interesting question, I have actually researched this topic before. And one thing I could say is there are two types of listening, passive listening and active listening. Passive listening is when you only watch a movie and just watch it to entertain yourself or for the pleasure of it. And active listening is when you pay attention to the details and pay attention to the words and the grammar that you don't know, and you write them in your note so that it is active and you can look back at your notes and learn them more effectively. And so while watching movies, writing may not be that effective because first of all, it is work, and second of all, it is time consuming. So one thing I like to do is turn on subtitles. Bless you. And while reading the subtitles, if I notice any words, I just memorize them in my brain. And after the movie or the series over, I immediately look it up to expand my grammar range.
Thank you. Take care.
Don't forget that.
Yes. Goodbye.
So, take one card of the wheel. This one. So, just not like a number.
First,
So you can sit over there, and you have 2 minutes to prepare your speech, and 3 minutes to answer. Okay, all this.
Okay, may I have a draft, something, Joe? Okay.
So part one and part three, you need to choose only one question to answer.
Okay. Okay, so the first part, I chose the third question, what full-time activities help you stay active? I prefer doing yoga, and I sometimes allocate some time to do it, especially in the morning and evening. Most of the time in the morning, I do some calm Pilates and yoga, but in the evening, I especially prefer doing something related to cardio. Sometimes, especially in the summer, I go and run sometimes and do some exercise. These activities help me to stay strong and stay active and to run a healthy life. Part two. I have experience of playing sport, and it's called volleyball. Since everybody in my class plays this sport very well, some boys from my class, they inspired me to play this sport. Especially we spare a lot of time to play this game in PE classes, and I decided to join a volleyball club. It's called Everest. Maybe you know it because it's very popular among Kazakhstan. And this sport helps to stay strong, and sometimes at the beginning, teenagers and beginners who start doing this sport may face some challenges. For instance, maybe it can be a bit complicated to serve or to find new friends in the club, but people won't succeed if they do not face challenges, and it is important to keep trying and keep going, and especially this sport helps to develop and improve health, especially muscles, and it makes person stronger. About time. I can speak. And in conclusion, I would say that I had good experience of playing volleyball, but unfortunately I dropped from this volleyball club because almost all of my friends they chose another sports. but I had such a good experience of playing this sport, and it also helped me to improve my health at the same time, and I found a lot of friends. And as I remember, in the past times I had bad communication skills, I had a social anxiety, and the sport helped me to prevent this issue. Yes, actually, the second question, what can schools do to make sport more interesting for the students? Nowadays, schools try to encourage students to do more sports, and there are some ways to interest students more. For instance, they can organize some competitions among students. For instance, as I said, volleyball competitions, or basketball, or football. And as I know, every school has a PE area where they can, especially outside, they can organize some competitions. And by making these competitions among students, it would encourage them to do more sports, to keep trying and to succeed in their life. It would be especially helpful for students who choose sport career in their life. And of course they can award students, for instance, giving rewards, some certificates, or grant some money for that. And I think that promoting is the best way to encourage students to do sports.
Thank you. Thank you.
To be conquered, speaking from this, I choose one. So number 4.
Before we start, can I ask a question? How many time I'm given?
Yes. So to prepare 2 minutes, you have. Then to each part you have 1 minute to answer. We will tell you time, don't worry about time. Then from part 1, then from part 3, you choose 1 question. There are 3 questions, but you answer on 1 question. Okay? So
Part 2, I choose 1 question.
Yeah. Part 2, you answer all. All do at once. Yeah, it's okay. Okay.
Who was that? Can I?
No, soon.
I'm sure listening. Part one, I choose the question which cities or places do students in Kazakhstan visit most. In my opinion, though I don't have any kind of proof of it, I believe that students in Kazakhstan visit Astana, Almaty, and Paraguay mostly because, first of all, Astana and Almaty are most popular, and unlike the cities where I come from, like Aktau and Atrau, the air in here is much more clear, and you don't have to face problems with your health such as having headaches, random headaches at the random time, and when you live in Atrau, I noticed that there's a bad smell everywhere because of the fuel production that we have, and it's just that by the time you spend time there, you get problems with your nose, and it's almost like you get dizzy. And you just feel so much more weaker than usual. I still have time, yes? And Almaty is because Almaty also faces this kind of problems due to having mountains in their area. But there are a lot of malls, and I'm not really sure. I just heard that the prices are there high, but if the prices are high, it means that the expectations are too, and what you are going to view or see is might be worth of your time and emotions just. So Paraguay is just is meant for traveling. Of course, the tourists go there. I have to admit that the prices are there quite disappointing as well. But what I remember from Paraguay is that I met a dog and gooses. I remember. You can also visit a park there. If I'm correct, if I'm not completely wrong, there are deers, but the deers are very fearful, they are frightful, and you cannot approach them too close because you might just shoot them away and it will just cause trouble to other staff that take care of them. But the recent time I visited, but the last time I visited there, they actually put restrictions, and you are not allowed in their personal zone, and it's only the males because female deer are even more frightful, and they have a special hearing ability, as I noticed. They can hear you from miles away, and when they notice you, they just stand in place. Actually, this happens from their special view. They see for 360 degrees, and so you also might saw from the movies that when they see the light, they just stop in place and freeze. This it means that they can see from every point, unlike us that see only the front view. Can I move on to part 3 to? Yes. So from part 3, I choose third question. What difficult might teenagers face abroad if English is weak? When I asked this question myself, the first thing that popped up in my mind is that teenagers who have weak English face such problems as difficulties when they talk with staff and general people. But the second thing is this is very dangerous for not just teenagers but all people in general, because they might get lost, and in every country there are own things that threaten you and your safety. For example, in Kazakhstan, I might admit, I'm not saying bad about my country, but there are a lot of little kids, and during winter they walk around. They might seem normal, but when you notice that their face is just a little bit way too cocky, you know that they're going to get something dangerous, such as fireworks. Recently, not just recently, but a few days ago, I was walking by and I noticed two kids. They were much younger than me, and they threw this firework, like small, just like a form, like you understand. So I had enough time to run away, and when it blew up, it started a small fire, but because of the snow, it quickly went down. And I believe every country has their own bad apples. So, and I'm gonna mention some dark themes such as human trafficking and just kidnapping in general. Not to mention that kids are believed to be more silly and trustworthy. And that's why they might follow strangers that seem to offer help to them. I still have that, yes?
No? Yeah, time is up. Thank you, Javier.
Part two. I don't have time for part two.
Yes, but it's time. We told you that you have 1 minute, yes, to answer.
I thought you would tell me if the 1 minute passed obviously, and then I went to the next part.
Okay,
One minute.
But to describe a trip you remember well, I will tell you about my trip to Baraboy. I went there last summer, and what I did there is travel with my family and enjoy my time here. I am not disappointed in it. I saw a duck and I fed it because I am very fond of animals, and I just love natural habitats that aren't harmed. But what I noticed there and what problems I faced is that the prices are too high. I wanted to mention that, and there is a lot of rubbish and garbage all around. Even though people that mostly go there are Kazakhs, they don't care about their own earth and their own territory that they live in, and that's why they still keep harming our planet. Even though other countries and other people, they speak their own language, they respect their own culture, they respect their own nature and their own nature. And the conclusion, I am not disappointed again. I might recommend you to go there, visit.
Okay, thank you.
It's worth it. Thank you very much. Bye.
Okay. So you choose a card, please.
Number
So,
7. Okay, good. So you have 2 minutes to prepare and 3 minutes to answer all the parts. Okay, so from first part, you take one question and answer. Then also you choose one question from part 3. answer. Part two, you have to answer all four points.
Okay.
So you can sit over there, you have to be visible to the camera. Yeah, you can sit.
Okay. There are a lot of debates that are going on what makes a good friend. And I think that there are a lot of qualities that makes a good friend, but there is three main things that I think is the most important in a good friend. First is he always can help you when you need it. He always provides you your support. Second is you always tell the truth to each other. And third, you keep others in tone, keep each other in tone, and you grow together. A friend who inspires me the most is my friend from the school. His name is Ағылшын. He is very good at math, and he inspires me because when I just came into new school, he inspired me to study math with him, and he was among the first friends that I knew. Sometimes we have conflicts, but I think that's okay because at the end we come to agreement, and I glad that I'm with him. And I think that communication skills matter the most, especially in everyday life, because we use them to talk with people, and even though grades are important in school, I think with good communication you can show your better skills in your grades. That's all.
Thank you, guys. Okay. Take part, please. So, what is the number of paper?
6.
So, you may take a sip. You have 2 minutes to do there, and 3 minutes for answer for all these parts. Part 1 and part 3, you have to choose only one question, okay, and answer for it. And part 2, you need to answer for all the parts.
Do teenagers read enough today? In my opinion, teenagers do not read enough today, and I think it happened in 2020 when we had coronavirus and people were under lockdown. They spent all of their free time on their phones watching some apps like TikTok, and it became part of the day. And things like that, they're easy to watch, while books, they need a lot of time to read. So people just stopped reading books, especially teenagers who spend all of their free time on social media. Part two, describe something you read recently. Recently, I read a book about one game. It's called Five Nights at Freddy. What it was about? It was about place, history, group of teenagers broke into it and started investigating, looking for some sort of activity. Why I chose it? I chose it because they I chose it because the game that the book is about is one of my favorites, so I had a lot of interest while reading it. Once the reading improves vocabulary. Yes, I think that reading improves vocabulary really heavily because you can learn a lot of new words while reading books. One limit of studying English to reading only. I think one limit is you can find a person to talk with, so you may have problems while speaking in English. Conclude with your opinion. I think that reading is very important in learning English, but it is not the only thing that you should do while learning it. You still need to train all the aspects of English. Why does reading help learning English? In my opinion, reading helps learning English because, like I said earlier, we can learn a new word into your vocabulary. Then, if you have some problems with long words, you can train, you can read them in books, so you can fix your pronunciation with them. And reading overall makes you more smarter, so you may not have any problem while speaking with someone. If you even have some speaking problems, you can make your sentences right, like academic style. So I think this is the reason why reading helps learning English.
Thank you.
So, speaking so we have 2 minutes to prepare and 3 minutes to answer all the parts. Each part we have to 1 minute. In 1 minute you have to answer. Then from part 1 and from part 3 you choose one question to answer.
What is the number of your cards again?
9.
Okay. So time is up.
I can take it. Do you watch anything in English? I started watching films in English when I started more involved into studying English because I think it's a good practice of listening, of understanding, and it's a good way to combine your studying and your hobby. Because personally, I enjoy watching films, and you can you can find a movie for your level of English. You can watch it with subtitles. You can turn it off when you feel enough confident to consider it by hearing, not by reading the text. And generally speaking, it's a good way to spend your time with some skills improving. A movie that I recently watched and enjoyed, that was Avatar by James Cameron in directing. It's about life on another planet with tribes of, I can say, aliens. It's a sci-fi movie. I like it because it shows the battle of humanity and tribes that are in a deep connection with nature, with their planet. It shows it shows problems that consumerism and capitalism causes, and makes you really rethink your the way you are viewing this life. It's also good practice to watch movies in English. It cannot replace the real connection, speaking with real people personally, in person, and it really limits your listening skills. And one a good side of watching films is because you can pick a movie on one specific topic and learn more vocabulary that is related to the topic. For example, like I learned some vocabulary related to sci-fi movies and explore other planets and also tribes. That's it.
Thank you. Choose one chart from here. It's speaking class. Yeah, tell us the number. Which number? Choose one. One. Then sit over there. What is the number?
I think I will choose.
No. You have to. Okay. Tell us number first. Okay, so sit over there, we'll explain you. So we have three parts. You read each part. From first part, you choose one question, okay, to answer, and then you have part three, also you choose one question to answer. And to each part, you have 1 minute, okay, to answer, and to prepare, you have 2 minutes. And the overall 5 minutes. So part 1, 1 minute, part 2, 1 minute. 3-1 we will answer. Okay. So it's time.
Okay. Part one. So I chose the first question. What digital device do you use for study? I mainly use my laptop and my telephone phone. My laptop, I think it's pretty comfortable and I think you can manage multiple tasks at once. And I think that makes laptop universal for working. Even adults use laptops to like work in their offices. I mainly use my laptop for like,
communicate with my family, my friends, and also attend online lessons. I think it has helped me a lot. My phone. I mainly use it because like it's the only device that I can use instead of laptops.
Move to the second. To the second part.
Okay, describe one useful study or website. So I will talk about ChatGPT. It's basically an app that was created by the company OpenAI. It's an artificial intelligence that works by searching multiple things at once and analyzing these informations and making the information more clear and easy to understand for the user. One limitation is that sometimes it can offer like premium version of the app, and I think that's pretty good for their business, and I think ChatGPT has become an essential part for academic roles in the past years. But
to the next question.
How can students avoid distractions online? To avoid distractions online, first of all, you have to like ask yourself, what do you want? What do you want? Do you get any information from like watching online bloggers or not? And also, I think they can avoid distractions by focusing on their study and actually using like online resources for studying and for their own good. In conclusion, I think that online resources have become a key role in the teenage life. It has both its advantages and disadvantages. It can both help you study and avoid distract you from studying. And if used appropriately, online resources can become very like good for studying. But if not used correctly, it can become it can destroy your whole focus. So people have to be careful and use the internet wisely.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Yes. Give us this card. So you may goodbye.
Goodbye. Have a nice day.
You too, thank you. So choose one card, speaking of the and tell us the number. What's the number on the card? 10. 10. Okay. So you can see to prepare. You have 2 minutes. Then each part you have 1 minute to answer. Then from part 1 and 3, you choose one question to answer. Okay?
Can I write on the card?
So you have 2 minutes to prepare. Okay, after that, we'll review. Start.
But can we write on the paper?
No one is writing, so just.
Okay, time it up. You can start.
Number 6 now.
So I just answered one question
From Parma.
I choose question, do you plan your future often or is it step by step? I usually don't plan my future often, and I take it step by step. Depending on the mood every single day, I set up my plans, and in a week, I set goals, and I try to achieve them every day, but sometimes it gets hard to achieve, so I set new goals, or I choose to try something new instead, or try to motivate myself to do that goal by setting other goals, which would motivate me more, like going outside and or socializing with my friends because they tend to motivate me. But in the far future, I usually have a somewhat estimate of what I want to achieve by then. And if I don't achieve it by then I try to take it little by little and try to achieve it in a smaller amount of time to make it more manageable. I know that lots of people like to plan out their entire day with a schedule, and that doesn't seem to work for me because I'm not the type of person who likes to analyze and just take the more logical approach to things. Like I am more free with what I do, and it shows through my hobbies because I enjoy making art. And sometimes the inspiration doesn't come to me on some days, so I can't plan out my day like that. So I'd say I just take it step by step. Part 2, describe an important goal. My most important goal right now is to keep my scholarship at my school because I have to participate in a lot of things and it's important for my near future because without school, without what it's giving for me and what it's doing, I wouldn't be able to really find my future and I have to achieve everything. And difficulties are that the school doesn't give too many scholarships, and it's hard to stand out among people. And my friend said she would by participating in lots of different events and being a well-rounded person by having lots of skills in different fields. Therefore, my most important goal is to become a better person and show my capabilities both academically and personally. And with that, there's a lot of difficulties. And it matters for my future and the trajectory of the rest of my life. Quick planning does help speaking confidence because it makes the speech more concise. You get an introduction, you have your points, and you have your arguments, you have your explanations and everything, which makes the speech sound more reliable and more relevant, and it makes the contents of the speech feel more real, and that helps with how overall the readers will perceive the person, because if the person is scattered all over the place and they don't have a tradition for what they're going to say, then of course they're going to be perceived as less confident, and that's going to affect how their overall speech is going to be handled. It will have a lesser impact, and planning just helps with that, and it helps the speaker keep in mind what they should say and what they shouldn't say, and then how to keep the attention of the person, and it puts the speaker into the place of the listener, and it helps the speaker understand what they're missing and what they're doing.
Thank you. So paper. Thank you. So over there, let's choose one. And you can see number. One. Okay, you can see there. You have okay. So you have 2 minutes to prepare and then 3 minutes to answer. To each part 1 minute. So from part 1 and 3, you choose one question to answer.
Okay, on the one.
Yeah.
Okay.
Okay, the first part of my questions, and I chose the question number 2. How do students usually spend breaks at my school? Usually at my school, students don't really have much time for breaks. They have something 5 minutes, maybe 15. It depends on what the lesson is. And for example, me, I usually spend my breaks reading books, and my friends usually don't do the same because I have friends that really love to play to read books. And we don't have enough time for any activities like sports or warm-ups after the lessons because always sitting on the lessons is kind of tiring for body, you know, sometimes you need to warm up your body. Just so that's all for the first part. And how much time do I have to answer the question?
You can move to the second one.
Okay, yeah. The second part is long-term task. I should answer all the questions. That's okay. The sports that I like to try. It's not like I don't like to try, but I want to know more about the sport. There is a sport called chess box. It's like a mix of boxing and playing chess, and it's kind of unusual because it's not really popular, and that's why I'm interested in this sport because it's so popular and because it requires to be smart and strong at the same time. I don't really know how we can help teenagers, to be honest, but I think this sport can be a great example for teenagers that you need to be good in all areas of life. That you don't need to be that you should be smart and strong physically. And possible challenges when starting. Okay, the possible challenges is because I'm wearing glasses and to begin and boxing is kind of traumatic sport for people that wear glasses, and yes, that's the main challenge that I will face if I will start the sport. Finish your personal conclusion. Finish with your personal. I guess that's a really popular sport, and I would not. That's very interesting sport, and I wish it would be as popular as football, for example, basketball. That's interesting. And about discussion question, part 3, I chose the question number 2. What can schools do to make sport more interesting for students? I guess, in my opinion, schools can make special sections, sports sections. For example, sports sections of basketball or volleyball, because these sports don't require much equipment. For example, they need only nets for volleyball and ball itself. And or for example, tennis. Not the tennis that is big tennis, but ping pong. It doesn't require much equipment too. And our schools even do some. They try to make sports interesting to our students in school by, as I said, making sessions for people for students that's interesting, and they are absolutely free. And I think this is the main part because nowadays, when everything is very expensive, one of the main challenge that the teenagers face with is money, and I guess that making sports is available for everyone, and this to everyone is the main the thing that can
I think making sport available for everyone is the main school's main I forgot the word. It's on my tongue, but I can't remember. The main goal.
Yeah, well, thank you. Well, sorry. Goodbye.
So you can see you have 2 minutes to prepare and 3 minutes to answer all parts, okay? So from first part and from third part, you choose one question to answer. Okay, one.
So 16.
Yes.
And what is the number of the part?
5.
Do you have to go in order? Like 1, 2, 3?
Yeah.
Subset. So part 1, what subjects do you enjoy most? So even though my track is more biochemistry, the subjects I enjoy more are physics and mathematics, mainly because I just enjoy going through problems and just solving them in my own way. For part 2, describe a lesson or school event that was interesting. So in the beginning of the year, we had the presidential elections at our school for student council president and the rest of the student council. To me, it was special because I was coming to a new school and gave me the opportunity to get to know more of the students, get to tell the school about myself. And throughout the experience, I learned not just about the school, but about myself. I learned that sometimes just being smart isn't enough, and that it's more important to have soft skills like creativity and persuasion. Something that was difficult throughout the process was the fact that as a person I'm more introverted, so I had struggles with reaching out to people to help me. And another difficulty was that I was struggling with time constraints. I was preparing for a science project competition at the same time, so I had barely any time to manage my campaign. But in the end, I feel like throughout
presidential election, I got to know more about myself and more about my surroundings. I learned some useful skills, more how to present yourself, how to reach out to people more, and I feel like it wasn't a mistake participating in the election. Even if I didn't end up winning it, I still got a place on student council and take care of extracurriculars at our school. For part 3, should school competitions focus more on speaking and why? I feel like speaking should be the primary focus of school competitions, since in today's world, just having theoretical knowledge isn't enough, and you need more all-rounded skills like leadership and communication. Speaking is key towards communication, and I feel that by fostering a more oral environment and oral arts between students, schools can grow more tight-knit community as well as a stronger student body.
Hello. Take one hand from there, it's speaking one. One, choose one. Yeah, and you can see over there, and you prepare, you have 2 minutes to prepare, and then each part you answer in 1 minute. Okay. So from part 1 and then 3, you choose one question to answer. Okay. So can I understand? Okay, you can see.
One more question.
One more again?
Do you want to see the questions?
No, we have
Proceed.
Yes, I've been watching movies and videos in English ever since I was little. Whenever I start watching any movie, I always choose to watch it in English. Recently, I watched the movie Avatar 3. And the movie was about a fictional planet and the people living on it. And it's about how humans were trying to destroy the planet. I really like the movie because it talked about important topics like the destruction of our Earth. I think movies can help with listening because whenever you watch a movie, you focus on the dialogue of the characters. And if you watch movies with subtitles, you can understand what the characters are saying better. One limitation is that movies often have made up words or they talk about they talk in a manner that's not very academic. Overall, I think that movies can help a lot with English if you try to understand the dialogue of the characters. I think movies are really effective for listening because when the characters talk, you can focus on the dialogue and understand what they're saying if you have subtitles on. I think you can learn a lot because watching movies is a fun way of learning, which is why it is so effective.
So you didn't show us your card, permission. So choose one card, spinning card. The number. So you can see it over the yeah. So you have 2 minutes to prepare, and each part you answer in 1 minute. You have 1 minute to answer. From part 1 and 3, you choose one question to answer. Okay. So.
Okay, next one. What does it mean in part three, the third question? Should music be a part of English compositions?
Should music be a part of English compositions?
You didn't answer the question.
Yeah, here.
What is English composition?
English compositions, one task can be.
Okay, thank you.
You can
I don't listen to music every day. I'm not, I wouldn't say I'm a big fan of music. I love listening to it while driving, for example, on the bus or to school. But not every day. I would say it's a few times a week. I usually discover new music in movies and TV shows as soundtracks. For example, last week I watched Stranger Things finale, and I really liked a few songs. I've never heard them anywhere else. And some songs
you choose only one question from that one.
Only one?
Yes, you only want to answer. Yes, you should not for all the questions. No, move to the part two, and then from part three you choose only one. Okay.
My favorite band is ABBA. They used to make songs in 80s, 90s, I guess. They make pop music. I really like them because they make this type of songs which always makes me want to dance and raises my mood. I think that music can help learning languages, especially when you're at basic levels, because their vocabulary isn't that hard to understand. And in my opinion, every person should listen at least one of their songs. As I see it, music should be part of English competitions because usually in competitions there are not that interesting tasks for participants. For example, simple grammar tasks or using English part, there would be some music text, maybe to complete some gaps. I think it would be interesting for everyone.
Okay. Yes. Thank
So choose one, please. So you have 3 minutes to answer, okay? From part one and from part three, you choose one question to answer only. Then 2 minutes to prepare. Okay. So, what is your number? 6.
question or just answer?
No, just answer.
Okay. So today there is speculation going on about do really teenagers have to read or it is not that necessary in modern conditions. But I think that teenagers do not actually read enough today, and I know this from my experience. Now I'm trying to read more because I think that it affects not only your speaking skills, but also it affects your mind, how you view the world, and helps to concentrate and calm yourself down maybe. Also, reading improves teenagers' view on the world, as I said, because it contains many important information about some experiences that maybe they can gain something from and that will have a positive impact on the readers. So I can talk about also. Okay. Recently, I've read a book, Twilight. It is actually a series of books, but I only have read one. It is about a story about fictional characters such as vampires, and I chose it because I really like this genre, fiction, and also romance that has some drama in it. I think that it had some impact, a commendable impact on my vocabulary because it uses many advanced words and advanced vocabulary. The grammar is also made me. I've read it in English, so I gained also some grammar aspects that I need to focus that I never took that seriously, and it really helped me. But I think it's not only necessary to read because you can also listen, and it's also important because through reading you can only you don't actually hear the words and how they are pronounced, so it may affect your pronunciation. So from this experience, I've gained that it is really important to not only watch some movies or listen to music in English, but also start reading in English. Now moving on to part 3, I think that it is really controversial when kids include some topics about reading because from my experience again, many of my friends or classmates don't actually read books nowadays. So for someone it may be hard to show and demonstrate all their skills in speaking through this thing. But it's important to talk about it actually, and maybe it can motivate modern teenagers to actually get into this thing and study this thing as a life. Okay. I think that's all.
Thank you.
Thank you. Goodbye. Have a nice day.
Thank you. So take one card from the number 10. So you have to sit over there and then you have 2 minutes to prepare, then 3 minutes to answer each for all part, okay?
3 minutes for all parts.
Yeah, also. Then from part 1 and from part 3 you choose one question to answer.
Only one.
Only one.
From part 1, one question.
Yeah.
From part 2.
From part 2 you answer all the bullet points, then part 3 you choose one.
Okay.
You can see.
So I'm sure what goals are common among teenagers your age. So different teenager has a different goal, but one of the most common goals is trying to get into the best university you are able to. It is the most common because university decides your future. So if you plan to go, if you plan going on to the best university, you in the future you'll get a better job. And that's why it is most common since I'm 15 years old. 15 is an age of high school. Every young student takes the standardized exam like IELTS, SATs, and etc. And they're planning on achieving their best life. And that's why it is the most common goal among the teenagers my age. And an important goal, I think it is an important goal for me also because as a 15-year-old, I'm trying to get into the best university, like Ivy League, Concorde universities, and it matters because after my bachelor degree, I want to get a nice job with a financial stability and have no stress about where I may be tomorrow, maybe living somewhere homeless. I don't want that. And the difficulties that may appear is, of course, rejection from universities. It is a part of the application process because without rejection, you are not able to get in. So you gotta be ready for rejection. You gotta be ready for the worst, and so you wouldn't be so sad about getting the rejection. And I'm trying to achieve it by I already took the SATs, IELTS, and I'm planning to just do extracurriculars and writing the essays already this summer since I'm applying this year. And I want to conclude that since this is the most common goal, this is the most important goal since I want to have a nice life. And what is goal setting? Why is goal setting important for teenagers? It is not only important for teenagers, but for every person, since goal setting is how you plan your life. And by planning your life, you are getting a little summary, like what are you going to do in a few years? Maybe plans will change, but your goal won't change because goals are for life. And it is important since you will plan what are you going to do upon this goal. So if I want to achieve that, I will do this and that. But if I won't have this goal setting, I will just roam around without having any purpose in my life.
Okay.
Bye.
So take one card from there. Yeah, this is taken card. Choose one. You have you can
What is
see
the number of your card?
5.
and see there you have 2 minutes to prepare. Okay. So to each part you have 1 minute to answer. For part 1 and for part 3, you choose one question to answer.
Okay.
minutes up. So.
So you may sit 8 minutes, it's okay, you may sit.
Any question?
Part
one.
Part one, subjects that I do enjoy the most are English and chemistry. Part two, lesson that was quite interesting for me was my English classes. We quite do much interesting things earlier. We sometimes watch like movies in English on them. It helps us develop some speaking skills and also learn the manners of speaking of the other people. One difficulty that I personally have experienced is probably getting to understand what other people say because of their accents, and they sometimes differ. But overall, I mostly enjoy it. Yeah. And what's three, I think the school events are so important. It is because they help the students develop competitive and team spirit, which could benefit them in the future when they grow up and study in the universities.
Move on to the next one.
Well, that was part three.
That was awesome.
Yeah.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Goodbye.
Choose part, please, again.
So, how's the number?
Choose the number.
Count 7.
7. Okay. So you have 2 minutes to prepare and 3 minutes to answer. Okay. Each part 1 minute. In 1 minute you have to answer. Then from part 1 and from part 3 you choose one question to answer.
Just one.
Yeah, just one question. So it's time.
Speaking regards friendship part one, I chose the question two. Do online friends count as real friends and why? I think personally, yeah, you can count online friends as real because it's almost the same just because you talk to him not in real life. But a friend for me is a guy that you can talk to or share your ideas, discuss something, or just have fun. It doesn't really matter if you have fun online or not online. The main idea of a friend, it doesn't matter if you have an online friend or a real friend. For me, you can easily count him or her as a real friend. Part two, describe a friend who inspires you. Who they are? I have a friend, his name is Mirjan. I studied with him in one class since grade 9, since last year. Why they inspire me? He's a very good guy. He's very, he has a strong discipline. He studies a lot, and he also takes part in a lot of events in a space of IT. He also studying courses from IT.
Don't read the question, just answer, okay?
So last year I wasn't studying that good. I was the type of guy who likes to sit in phone. I didn't really study last year. And when we became friends, he was studying very good and he always told me to try harder to make my grades better. And he helped me a lot in education level. Challenges. Why is friendship important for teenagers? The friendship is very important for teenagers because the main character of a human is made by his friends. You can tell his character by looking at his friends. They inspire them, showing their the real face of it. When growing up, a teenager always needs, for example, one friend who he can share his feelings to have fun with him. Because in family, teenagers usually don't share much.
Thank you.
Okay, well, we have 5 seconds. Okay. Goodbye.
Yeah.
What is minutes to prepare for the answers, and you have 3 minutes for each part, okay? Part 1 and part 3, you need to choose only one question to answer.
Only one question.
Yes, from part 1 and part 3,
Okay.
okay?
To each part, you have 1 minute.
To talk.
Yes.
Okay. Part 1, what apps help you learn English if any? I think that almost every app that I use helps me learn English because, for example, I watch TikTok and Instagram and a little YouTube, and I watch videos in English primarily, and I try to mimic their pronunciation, and their intonation, and my Insta reels are filled with English content, and other apps I have Duolingo on my phone and Conjure, like our alternative, kind of alternative to Duolingo, and I use them because they teach English quite entertaining, because I think that studying should be more entertaining to please children and teenagers, because we have, to be honest, we have a little attention span, so we get distracted very easily. Duolingo is an application which helps students or even adults to study different languages, for example, English, even Spanish, Japanese. I used to learn Japanese on Duolingo, and it was quite entertaining, and I had a great experience. And why is it useful? And it has even chess to mix up the education process, just to distract and not exhaust you from all the learning. And one limitation of using it gets 50 of that. Just repetitive processes, repetitive tasks, and overall, I think it's a very great application to learn, or even to get better at any language. Part 3, why do teenagers like digital learning? As I have said before, we as teenagers have very little attention span, and we get distracted very easily. So we don't, and we are lazy. Yes, and we think that
why should we go to the library and read books if we have everything on our phones? So we read Wikipedia and ChatGPT for our reading, and they are convenient. And I think we're lazy because of all the great technological advances we have made today. Yes? And overall, I don't think that digital learning is bad, so I think everyone should be using it, but I think we should read textbooks and books. Yes. Yes? Thank you. Merry Christmas. Have a great day. Bye.
Just one card, please.
Number 4. So you can see it over there. Then you have 2 minutes to prepare and then 3 minutes to answer. Okay, for all parts, 3 minutes. Then for part 1 and 3, you choose one question to answer.
Oh, so I have one part 1 and 3, if we think after 3 questions, I choose one.
From part 1 and part 3. Yes, part 3.
So part 1, the question I chose is, do you enjoy traveling with your family? And my answer is yes. I enjoy traveling with my family tremendously because traveling is, first of all, an opportunity to see things that you have never seen before. And having the ability to share that with your family is amazing. And I think that learning new things together and seeing new things together brings you together, which is why it gives you the moments that you can share with them and the opportunity to bond with your family even more. And maybe you can find out new things about each other that you didn't know previously. And which is why I believe that traveling with my family is extremely enjoyable. And part 2 is describing a trip that you remember well. I remember this trip with my family when we went to Vietnam, and obviously we went there for sightseeing and for the sea, of course, which is why we swam a lot in the sea. And one more thing that we did is we visited a park, which was very entertaining for us because we haven't seen parks in other countries before, and it's not what people usually consider interesting, which is why we also were interested in having the opportunity to do that. The problem that we faced is that we do not know Vietnamese, which is the primary problem because we couldn't understand signs and around things and we couldn't communicate with locals. But I think that this problem was easily overcome by us because sometimes Vietnamese people know Russian because of the historical communications that we had with the Soviet Union, which is why we could understand at least some signs that were necessary, and I don't think that we missed any important information because of our inability to speak Vietnamese. I believe that this trip went very well, and because of the fact that we went with a huge family, I think we could all learn something new and see something different that we couldn't see in our own country before. And part 3, I chose the question, how can travel help practicing English? I believe that by traveling, you can find out how people in real life speak English, because most of the time you only practice and speaking with examiners and listening to English tests that were made specifically for the students, which is why I don't think that they get any real experience, and traveling will give you the opportunity to talk with local people that have different accents and different slang that you can also learn, which will expand your English knowledge. And I also think that this is the main benefit that traveling brings into practicing English, because you can not only practice your speaking, but also practice your listening and enhance your comprehension.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you for coming.
So take one card, so we number 8. So it's over here. You have 2 minutes to prepare, and 3 minutes to answer all the parts. With all the parts, 3 minutes, and from part 1 and from part 3, you choose one question to answer. Not all of them. Part 2, you have to answer.
ана кабинеттегі бар ғой 210-дағы, сол 210-дағы ар жақта бір ағылшын біз кетіп қалды. Бүкіл 48 бала бізге әкеліп тастады. Okay, time is up.
So you can see,
For part one, I chose the first question, which platform is most popular in your school? In my school, the most popular platform is ChatGPT because students use it to complete complicated tasks and therefore they use it to do their homeworks or they use it on projects. Since ChatGPT gives efficient answers and the answers that ChatGPT gives are already online, so it's just much more easier instead of browsing the internet, and that's why I think ChatGPT is the most popular platform in my school. Part two, describe one positive and negative effect of social media. Social media does have both positive and negative effects, especially on individuals. The positive effects are that social media gives them the chance to connect and cooperate with other individuals globally, and they give also the opportunity to go out of the comfort zone, explore new things online, and the negative effects are that social media can be really addictive, and people should maintain a really balanced lifestyle between online and real life. So that's why they should find a way to balance social media in their daily lives. Why the positive effects happen? Positive effects on social media happen because social media is now developing, it's giving individuals much more opportunities, so that's why a lot of positive effects happen. People can develop just at home by using small device, and the negative effects happen when a majority of people start using social media in not the right or efficient way, so that's why it can lead to negative effects. And they use it constantly, which makes them addicted to social media, so that's why negative effects happen. Always to avoid the risk, like I said earlier, they should find a balance between real and online life. They should start being outside more, they should have a lot of face-to-face conversations with other peers, and that way you can avoid the risk. Conclude your review. In conclusion, social media does have pros and cons, and it is based on the person. If they can find the right use and balance between social media and real life, then they can have a really more efficient way of using social media. Does social media improve speaking or media writing? In my opinion, social media does improve both aspects, since social media is now really developed and you can even improve your speaking by just talking within a chatbot. And you can also improve your writing since ChatGPT has now, since social media does have a lot of online writing platforms. So a lot of people use it to prepare for exams like IELTS, SAT. So that's why both aspects are really developed on social media. Is online English reliable for learning? Why or not? In my opinion, online English is reliable for learning since mostly social media is in English, so that's why a lot of young generation can start developing their English at such a young age. And not only that they can also talk with strangers online, they can improve their speaking, and they can also learn more about different cultures in English. And overall, I do think that learning online English is really reliable. Should online English be allowed in formal interviews under what conditions? I think that online English should be allowed in formal interviews since online language will give much more opportunities in formal interviews. It will give them different topics to talk about. It will give them the diversity and under what conditions. Under the condition that the online language should be used mainly for positive purposes to talk about mainly about important topics and to just raise some kind of awareness about them, and that's why I think that they should be allowed in formal interviews.
Okay. Thank you, Nora.
Thank you. Come back to the board. Let's see.
الذهبية بقى وش الزيت بقى
زرورة بس الماركتينج
قايدة
أصلا
أصلا بس ليش يدون ترى بس يدون
وصولي تتاكد
Нет, лучше 9 возьмите, потому что там еще один кабинет. Ну, у нас 9 класс, один кабинет не будет. Там другой кабинет. Можно что класс?
Просто свобода верить, набирать. Ну что? Вот наша база. Choose a card, please. And tell us the number of your card. What is the number? 8. Number 8. So, you may sit. So you have, no, please sit here. You have 2 minutes to prepare, and then you have part 1 and part 3. Here you need to choose only one question to answer, okay? And part 2, you answer the whole points. So overall, you have 3 minutes to all these parts. On first and third one. Yes. Afghanistan, you miss it and Afghan.
Yes. And part one, I choose second question. What do teenagers use social media for most? Fun, study, or both? In general, I think that it's dependent on the person, on their personality, and what do you like. I think that most of the teenagers use social media for fun, for having a good time, for chatting with friends, meet new people, and other things. But some of them actually use social media for the study, because in social media you can learn lots of new skills by watching people that are learning something, and you will improve your skills, developing in your area. And that's why I think teenagers use social media for those options. Part three, is online English reliable for learning? Why and why not? In my opinion, I think that online English is reliable for English, because nowadays I think that most of the people don't have opportunities for learning English in general with some teachers or courses. That's why I think that it's a very good option, because you can actually have it free by internet, social medias, and other platforms. And that's why I think that it's a very good idea for learning English online. You can actually improve your skills by from the beginner to advanced. And I think that's very good. Describe one positive part and one negative effect on social media. Social media is a very good thing for your studying, for your skills, for your developing, for improving yourself, for your grow up. And sometimes it's hard to me to explain all my thought, because I'm very nervous, I'm just shaking.
Don't be nervous.
I'm very worried about it. Okay. Social media have very lots of advantages, but it's have also bless you. It's have also a lot of disadvantages. For example, it could worsen your health. When you are just sitting on your phone a lot of time, you will become obsessed with your social media, with your phone, with internet. You could just sit on your phone just an hours and hours, and day in a day you will become just obsessed with this, and you will start to be very lazy. You won't want to be something, and you will just you will
Okay, gives a conclusion.
Yes. Conclusion, I would like to say that social media have advantages and disadvantages, that it depends on you how to use it. If you use it for your study, for your development, you will be successful. But if you use it for just have fun and waste your time, you won't grow.
Thank you.
That's all?
Yes, that's all. Thank you. Have a good day. Goodbye.
Goodbye.
parts, 3 minutes. Okay. Then please sit here. Yeah. So 2 minutes to prepare. Then from part 1 and from part 3, we choose one question. One question to answer. Okay.
And every part I choose one question.
Only 1 and 2. Or 3.
Okay.
2 you have to answer. Okay.
The whole.
Yeah.
And what is the number of your card? Card number?
About at the music.
No, number, speaking card.
Speaking card 2.
Okay, you see that answer.
Okay. I choose card 1. And can I start?
Yes.
Nowadays, the teenagers prefer to listen to music and their help for our life. They give a part, a important part of our life. I'm sure, and in my opinion, I think the music, of course, give a relaxing vibration for our neurons. That's a sound effect. When we listen to music, they give a relax and in the stressful situations help us being strong and being calm in every situation. But of course, I'm not a fanatic of this one, but I listen to music for develop my English skills. It really helped me. Nowadays, I prepare IELTS speaking skills and I develop the skills. And some podcasts and music really give me some important information that I use in my languages now. So that's why I can say that it's really important to thinking about English because maybe some teenagers, when they prepare to pass and follow the exam, they prepare to translate the question. For me, I think it's the worst thing that we can do. That's why, if I had an interview, I would say that for English skills, when we develop this, we need to think in English and listen to music. It's the best one that we can use and prepare with these skills. And I can give some example. When I listen to some music, it was a foreign thing. It helps me thinking and develop my brain to start working thinking in English. That's why I will start thinking that more weekly in English. That's why I think the listen to music is when we use the right side, it really helped them out when we prove or develop our skills.
Okay, so the second question. This was the third one.
Yeah,
The third? Okay.
You can do all the tests. Choose one card, speaking. So there are 3 minutes to answer all these parts, okay? Part from part 1 and 3, you choose one question to answer, okay? So it means 1 minute to each part. Then 2 minutes to prepare. Okay, you can see.
And what is the number of your card?
Card number 6.
Yes. Let's start with speaking. From first part.
First part. Do I say which question should?
Yes, just number and that's it, we see the questions.
I choose the question number 2. I do read stories in English, and I try to read them as often as possible. However, here in Pakistan, it's really hard because I can't find many English books. I used to live abroad, and they had huge libraries with only English books, and I would stay in the libraries for a bit and read there. And I really wish that it would be a possibility here as well.
Okay.
A book I read recently was Scarlet Letter by Nathaniel Hoffman. It was about a woman who committed adultery, and the setting was in the Middle Ages, so it was really a big deal. It wasn't really my choice, it was a choice of my school. However, I think it was a good choice because I love the book and I sometimes sit down and reread it. I think that reading does improve vocabulary, but only if you really look into it and translate words for synonyms. Otherwise, they don't do much. The limit to studying English through reading only would most likely be that writers also make mistakes, for example, grammatical mistakes, and when you read those grammatical mistakes, you might integrate them into your own writing or speaking, and that could be an issue. But in my opinion, I think that reading is still a great way to learn better.
That's great.
I would choose question 2. The most common issue is that people, like students, can't comprehend text properly. They can understand the general meaning of a text, but like the deeper comprehension of it is the biggest issue. And that's most likely why most students struggle with reading tests on like Olympiads or IELTS.
Is that all? Thank you. Thank you all very much. Give us a card.
So over there, yes, you choose one.
What is the number?
9, okay, so you can see there, you have 2 minutes to prepare and 3 minutes to answer. Okay. So from part 1 and 3, you choose one question to answer.
So from part 1, choose one question.
In 1 minute, then part 2, also 1 minute. Whole, you have to answer all the bullet points. Then part 3, choose one question, 1 minute. Okay.
Okay. Time's up. Let me see that answer.
I picked first questions. Do teenagers watch more movies or series and why? I think nowadays teenagers like to watch more movies because series are kind of longer and they can get bored with it. And movies are kind of short story, and they have short attention span, and even when watching social media, TikTok or Instagram, they like to watch short videos. So I think they would like to watch more movies, especially because they got only interesting in 2025, and I think it will bring their attention more. And in part 2, describe a movie or series you enjoyed. I really enjoyed series called Stranger Things. I just finished it lately, and it was about teenagers fighting against a villain monster called Vecna. It all started from little boys, their friend Will, disappearing disappearing while he rode a bike through his way back home. And if I talk about why I liked it, because obviously it's about teenagers and I'm a teenager, I think it was interesting. And since it had 5 seasons, I didn't get bored. I really like horror kind of films or series, and it wasn't like ordinary series that lose their plot or lose their plot on their way. This series ended kind of fast, but I think I love it. It's one of my favorites. And whether movies help English listening. From my own personal experience, yes, it does help because you can listen to other people talking, to people, to people kind of building a dialogue, or you can listen to a monologue, and it can help you fix your pronunciation. It can help you listen how to talk, or it can help you build. It can help you remember phrases or maybe idioms that you hear from those movies.
To the third one, yes.
Okay. I picked first question, why are movies effective for listening? Because it can smell it. It's effective, like I said, because we can listen to people talk, we can listen for how they build up their speech, how they speak to each other, and we can fix our pronunciation. Even we can listen to them talk and fix our grammar, maybe if there's a problem with that. And especially teenagers, because they watch a lot of movies in their free time, they can listen and even practice by repeating their monologues or speech or whatever they kind of like.
So, Aditya, Africa. Hello.
Choose one card, please.
Then,
What is the number of your card? Number one. Yeah. Okay, you may sit.
you have 2 minutes to prepare and 1 minute to each part to answer. And from part 1 and part 3, you choose one question to answer. Okay? so it's times. You can say from part one.
I prefer individual sports rather than team sports because I find them a lot less stressful. Team sports can put a lot of pressure on you because they don't want to disappoint your team or let them down. But in individual sports, you are your own judge, so you can't win or lose. I find team sports fun only if I'm playing with my friends or someone I trust. That's why I prefer individual sports because they just stress me.
Okay, move to the next one.
I think that the sport I would like to try is figure skating. It's a very beautiful sport, and I often see videos on the internet where people perform very beautifully. It interests me because I actually used to do it when I was a kid, but I was very young back then, so I didn't get very far into this. I think it can help teenagers because by improving their creativity in performance and dancing. Since figure skating is a form of dancing, kind of. I don't think I'll be able to really start it though because I have some health problems with my spine, so I'm not really allowed to do figure skating. So while I think that figure skating would be a fun thing to do occasionally, I don't think I will pursue it in any professional sense. Sport is important for teenagers because our bodies are still young in development. So sport can move it in a good direction for our future health. When people don't do sports as teenagers, they end up with lots of health problems as an adult. And those problems are way harder to solve when you are an adult because your body is already used to that. Teenagers are very moldable, so it's a lot easier to prevent problems than solve them.
Okay, thank you. Thank you. Great. Bye.
Choose one part. You can see here. So you have 2 minutes to prepare, then 3 minutes to answer all the parts. Then from part 1 and 3, you choose one question to answer. You choose one question and you answer, okay? So, now what was your part? Number? Number 3. Okay.
Okay, you may start.
Should I repeat the questions?
No, no, just number. Just number.
This first question, well, I can see that I have a lot of digital devices that I use for my own studying, but I have two of them. It is my laptop and mobile phone. I use it every day, and I think they're very useful for me because they have a lot of functions. I prefer digital studying because it has more opportunities than, for example, studying from books or teachers in school. And for example, I can use some websites or apps in my mobile phone or laptop while I study English or prepare for the IELTS exam. I can use different websites with the mock tests, or for example, watch videos on YouTube of speaking. Also, I use it for learning math. I always like to do some online tests on the websites that may include some new concepts of mathematics. I like to explore it and do some quizzes to practice my acquired knowledge. I also sometimes change from laptop to phone because I mostly use my mobile phone because I have it almost every time with me. I can use it, for example, when I'm not at home, at school, in the bus, when I go somewhere, and so on. But laptop, I only use laptop when I'm at home. But I think laptop is more convenient for me while using because I like to read books, online books, in my laptop. And also, I like to do notes in my laptop because it's more convenient than when I do it in my phone.
Second part?
Yes, second part. Now I would like to talk about one very useful and helpful website that I use almost every week for practicing my English. It is called Ignite, and if I'm not mistaken, it is one of the largest websites for preparing for the IELTS exam because it has a lot of resources and it's really popular among English learners. It is very helpful for beginners because it has a lot of mock tests and you can do it with the automatic checking. For example, I can do listening and reading, and instantly after finishing my test, I can see my score, and it's very convenient, I think. However, one drawback of that site is that it has limitations for free version. To acquire the full access to that website, you need to obtain VIP access, but it costs money. I use only free version, and I only can do some tests with only 3 parts: listening, reading, and writing. But I can do, for example, speaking or writing for unlimited times. In conclusion, I think that it's really helpful for learners because it can really help you to improve your English level, and also restore your maybe your motivation and confidence in your English. As for me, it was really helpful as maybe I went from B2 to from B1 to B2, and I learned a lot of new things for English on that website.
Okay, move to the last part.
It is the first question. In my opinion, many teenagers like more online learning and with digital devices more than learning at school or, for example, in libraries real with real materials. Because in online, with the internet, you can use a lot of resources and it offers you much more resources than, for example, if a library offers you, you can have much more books, notes, websites with access to resources. Also, you can use online courses that can be free, for example, Coursera or Academica. And that's why teenagers really prefer to do digital studying instead of real. However, some people, adolescents, also prefer studying in real life. In real life, for example, they can use their own copybooks, their own books. They can purchase it from online shops or in libraries. Also, they can use the help of their teachers or tutors. But sometimes it can be costly for some teenagers, for example, from poor backgrounds. And I think that digital learning is much more effective and much more accessible for most teenagers.
Okay, thank you, Jamila. That's it. Okay, please.
Can I know this here?
No. Goodbye.
So choose one card. One card. Number?
Number 7.
Number 7. So we have 10 minutes to prepare, you can see. 7. Then 3 minutes to answer. So from part 1 and part 3, you choose one question to answer. Okay, so each part 1 minute.
may start.
Thank you.
You may see that answer.
So, for me, do online friends count as real friends in life? So, from my own point of view, online friends can be real because even with long distance, they can support you, for example, emotionally, maybe help you with something. Entertain, spend their time with you, fulfill your leisure time, for example. Which should talk on?
So you can move to the next one.
Describe a friend who inspires you. So one friend who inspires me is a really good college friend. His name is Slava. I met him on Monday. He inspires me because there's a lot of confidence in him. He's really determined. And he always tries to help and support me. For example, when I feel stressed because of preparing for exams. One challenge in friendship, from my perspective, is trust, because not everyone can trust unknown people. It takes a lot of time. I think maybe a few months. Conclude here personal. Can you do it?
Yes, you
Why is friendship important for teenagers? So I think it's essential because nowadays teenagers really stressed because of exams, because it's their future. They need some kind of support from friends, from their families. And sometimes the teenagers should relax to learn out. And friends always can help you with spending your free time. So I think friendship is really essential.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Choose one card.
So you have to choose. Okay, this is speaking for you.
I think one of the card number.
The speaking card is
Card
10. Okay. So you can stay there and have 2 minutes to prepare and 3 minutes to answer. Okay? Which minute? 1 minute.
For first and second or third part, you need to choose only one question, okay, and answer for it. Don't read the question, just say question 1, question 2. Because we will have here, we see, okay, the questions.
So it's time.
I can start.
Okay.
I have a question when I plan my future step by step. Questions.
Part two, yes, even. Because from first part, we need to choose from the one question.
You can speak for 1 minute.
Part two. I'm planning to take care of my future profession, the choice of start studying accounting. It would be difficult for me because lazy.
Okay.
I'm trying to achieve my passion. I have to study my course. I already bought some courses and studying online.
Okay.
So this is my goal for future.
Okay, and so the last part.
Second question. Students should more speak with English speakers, improving by practice because theory gives you just a basic knowledge of English.
Thank you.
Шамал қойды. Шашадың zaman onun için konuştu. Bu çetin hava da çok sen şamal koydun.
I will choose one card, please. What is the number of the card?
10.
10.
So, 3 minutes you answer, 2 minutes you prepare.
And choose one question from part 1 and part 3, okay?
Time's up, so you can answer.
Do you set goals for learning English? At the beginning, when I started to learn English, I set a goal for myself, like to reach a level beginner, to reach a level intermediate, and so on. Nowadays, my goal is to pass some very vital exam for myself, IELTS. So yes, I set goals for learning English, and so. Describe an important goal or plan for your near future. What is it? What matters? What difficulties may appear? How you plan to achieve it? Conclude the summary. Major goal for me in the future is to study abroad, to get into universities abroad. And it is very important for me because I want to have a good education for my future career. Also, I want to be more responsible, become more responsible. And by separating from your parents, by moving to another country, you could become responsible for yourself. And difficulties that may appear is exams, also some documents, problems with documents, and money. And I plan to achieve it. I started to work for it from this year. I plan to pass a lot of exams that I need that are necessary, and yeah. So to conclude, I would say that good education is very important for me, for my future and my future career and job. How should students plan English improvements realistically? I would say that to become more better or to become better, to improve your English level, you should just work harder. There are people that have a lot of resources and do not really work for it, like lazy, are not passionate about it. So if you want to have a good level of English and other types of things, you need to become more passionate about it and work harder and be, yeah, that's all.
Okay.
Oh, sorry.
Let me check the information card. Do you? So you can see it there, we have 2 minutes to do the.
What is the multi-part?
7. Then 3 minutes to answer each part for all part. Then from part 1, you choose 1 question to answer, and from part 3, you choose 1 question to answer.
Don't read the questions, just say
No.
number.
Okay, so it's time, please. Yeah, we can sit in.
So for part 1, shows 1 year 1. I think the most important part is presented reliable, because they will be able to help you out when you need. For example, if you need help with money, or you're having a hard time with your family relationship, they can also give you advice. Whenever you don't know what to do or you're confused. So that's why I think that friends should be reliable and someone who you can count on. So that whenever they or you are in need for something, you can always help them out. Part 2 is kind of inspires you. When I was in 7th grade, I moved to another school, and there was nobody who could talk to because I was new and I was a little shy, so I had a hard time communicating with people. And this one person came up to me and we started talking, and later we became friends. They inspired me because they were kind and they helped me whenever I need help, and they helped me grow a lot. Especially all of the class because there's no teacher I could talk with, so I was alone and they helped me a lot. Challenge in friendship is that they moved on with their grade this year, so it's kind of hard to keep communicating with them, but we're still trying. For example, on weekends, we can go somewhere, and sometimes we talk using WhatsApp and other social media. My personal view is that friends are indeed important in this life, and without them you won't be able to achieve your goals maybe. And there should be a person on your side who will be able to provide you with help. Three angels. The first one, I think that friendship is important for everyone, but I think it's most important for teenagers because when you think you have this mindset that you have to maybe begin and that you need to impress someone. And teenagers can sometimes get involved in wrong friendship because they can be friends with wrong people. And they can develop some bad habits, for example, smoking or drinking alcohol or worse. And if you have a friend who will be here, who can help you, who can tell you that it's wrong, and you should do that, then maybe this will be avoidable for you, and you will be able to get out of that phase.
You can give also. Number? Tell us. Number 4. So 2 minutes to prepare and 3 minutes to answer. From question 1, part 1 and 3, you choose one question to answer.
Only one, I don't have time to
By part 2, you need to explain the whole. Time is up.
So the topic is traveling, and that's why I'm really excited because I think traveling is an essential part of life. This is my hobby, I would call it this way, but it's also a goal in my life in the future because I really want to travel a lot. I want to see the world, explore new places, and go to different countries all over the world because I think even our life won't be enough to see all places in our beautiful earth. So I really enjoy traveling. I think it's not only about seeing places and just beautiful landscapes or whatever person prefers, but it's also a way to get to know other culture, other traditions, meet new people, try new food, just see beautiful landscapes, explore places you've never seen before. I think it really just makes you even more interesting person to talk with others. You would always have some experience to share about and amazing memories that you will remember forever and tell your kids and grandkids when you're really old. I really enjoy traveling with a family. Some people want to travel alone, some with friends or family, but I feel and believe that if you have someone by your side, it's always better since you can share your best moments, this maybe happy, maybe sad moments, but anything. There's also a person beside you who you can tell and share this about, and also in the future you can always discuss it and have good memories. So I really enjoy traveling with my family, but in the future, when I will turn 18, I would like to travel with my friends or maybe future partner as well. City of places students in Kazakhstan visit the most. I'm not quite sure about this since I think all people have different preferences. For example, for some, the main goal is to see nature landscapes, others prefer more hectic lifestyles, so they want to see maybe big cities, just like New York, Paris. So it's really different, and I don't think there's some specific place everyone wants to visit. Also, traveling is really crucial because it can help you to improve your language skills. I think it's indeed just the fact that when you're surrounded by native people that speak this language, it's going to be way easier for you to improve, to learn new words, vocabulary easier. Even the pronunciation will get better as you see the natives themselves speak the language. So it's really going to help you to just be surrounded by other people in the country. Yes. Thank you. No questions?
Oh,
No questions?
no question. Yes, thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Bye bye.
Okay, could you give us a chance, please?
And choose one.
Please.
Number first.
3.
Three, okay. Yeah, you can see there. Okay, you can prepare. So 2 minutes to prepare and 3 minutes to answer. And part 1, part 3, you choose one question.
So nervous.
Don't be nervous.
It's my first time.
So how should I go? Part one?
Yeah,
Start
sorry.
writing my question.
Don't read the question, just say the number and we will see the question here.
So part one, question number one. I usually use my iPad if I need to study because I have a lot of useful apps there, such as not only notes, but also AI apps that help me to summarize and structurize information I got from books. Teenagers spend a lot of time online today. Mostly, I think it's because it's 21st century. It's a century of technological development, and that's probably why I really like this. Usually apps that help me learn English are AI apps. It may be controversial to some, but to me personally it helps because I'm very shy around people and it helps me to practice without getting too embarrassed. One useful study app I know, I don't use much, but this app is Google Classroom, and it is now, I think it's now widely promoted for schools because you have a lot of subjects there, and your teacher may add some exercises for you to do if you don't get the topic. It's useful because mostly everyone have it and everyone is using it. Teachers too. I don't think there are any limitations of using it. I haven't heard about anything you should pay for in this app. So I think it's pretty affordable for all of us. That's all. Yeah. Teenagers. I'm not sure if it's about liking digital learning. It's just the way you live this time. Our parents have books and libraries, and we now have technologies to learn, and we're used to it. I myself get very distracted when I use my phone or my iPad, and I don't think there is an instruction to not get distracted that helps you to not get distracted. I think it only depends on your willpower. I don't know if Olympians do allow collaboration using technology because I did use it. I not only used the examples of Olympians from the previous years. I also used technology, so I don't think it's even not allowed. And we should use it.
Okay, sorry. Thank you.
you need to